high. You know what day it is. It is Tuesday, boys. Permission to hit the bong? Of course, it's Tuesday, boys. Gotta hit the bong. I am back. Hello. Oh, I'm so tired. But we're doing it. Let's go. Okay. I'm tired and it is 80 degrees in my apartment because the air conditioning doesn't work. So I am just sitting here sweating, schwitzing. I got all my hot lights. There's no air. And I couldn't sleep last night in my parents' house because the air was also broken in my parents' house and there's a heat wave in Chicago. So I didn't go to sleep. It's so muggy in Minneapolis. My skin is glowing. I also kind of hate it. Yeah, it sucks when you're trying to like function. If you want that glowy look, then it's good. Legit Salvage, thank you for the 16. Concussed Keeper, thank you for the 20 months. Irk X, thank you for the 2 months. Bad Trainwreck, thank you for oh yeah, sorry. I saw some of y'all subscribed yesterday when I was doing my architecture riverboat tour stream, so thank you for that. How are we doing? I am back from Chicago. Fans are going to be your best friend. Yes. The only fan I have is a tiny handheld one that I had gotten for EDC. It's like the shittiest little fan. Hi, baby. Oh, you want to come sit with mama for a second? Every time I'm out of town for a few days and I get home, Farley's always kind of a different color. Like, what happens when I'm gone? Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Excuse me, you have us too, and we're big fans. I see what you did there. I know how you feel as a Texan with frequent power outages. Yeah, you guys down in Texas know how shitty it is when you don't have any air. Come here. What are you doing? What are you doing down there? Look at how scruffy and dirty it is. Did you just like roll around in a bunch of dirt with your dad when I was gone? Doesn't he look so dirty? Hi, I know you're hot. It's really hot in this apartment. We're all sweating. I'm going to put you down in a second so you can go find a cool place. A cool place to sit. But I missed ya. You want to go get down? You want to go find a cool spot? You're kind of like a blanket on my lap right now, even though I love you. Yeah, he's like a heated blanket. Okay, you want to go find a cool spot? Want to go lay down on the floor? I'm not even exaggerating. It is warm. You can see him. He's also feeling very warm. Whew! But I wanted to cover some pop cultural things. I want to cover some moments from the Tonys. And then Justin Timberlake getting arrested. Oh no. So sad. And then got some other little tidbits. And then I was gonna do a belated movie night because I missed out doing it on Sunday. And I would like to finish off the trilogy of Back to the Future. And I don't want the third film to be removed from free YouTube movies before you can watch it. Sometimes that happens. They will randomly be on there for X amount of time and then poof, gone. It's always like when I go to watch it too. I'm like, Rough and thank you for the bits. Asian Scales, thank you for the 7 months. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 12 months. I haven't tried this yet, so I'll try it. I forgot about that thing. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. We don't talk about the third one. You know, I've only seen the third one time. And I think maybe I need to revisit it. So we're going to try to watch it tonight if I can survive. Because I think in my mind, I was always like, oh, we don't talk about the third one either. But a lot of people love the third one. And I've seen some arguments being made about the third one being the best, which I don't know about that, but I think maybe I have more harshly critiqued it in my mind than maybe what the film deserves. Like, it's still fun. It's still fun. I think I just was always like, the third one. Super user, thank you for the 15 months. Jesus. Ooh, baby. Anyway, I'm happy to be back. I was, if you are not aware, I was in Chicago for the weekend. I haven't been home in a while. And it was Father's Day weekend, and yeah, I'm trying to be better about not getting consumed with work all the time and like taking these precious moments when I can. I still squeezed in 2 streams though. I did a fun cooking stream with my family on Father's Day, and then I did an architecture boat tour yesterday. We went out on a boat on the Chicago River, and it was awesome. Learned a lot about the city that I didn't know about. Yeah, Nick Cage is a fan. How are the fish tacos? Incredible. There was not enough. You more than anyone deserve time with loved ones. You know what's funny is when I worked a 9 to 5 where it was like I had very limited vacation time. Like you can't just take off when you want. I managed to do things more than I do now when I don't work a 9 to 5. When really I work on my schedule, but I just have drilled it in me for so long. And also just what this industry does to you, where you just feel like you constantly have to be working. But then as we know, that leads to burnout and it's not healthy. So, yeah, trying to be better about that. Stream stuff is always on the mind. Yes. Yeah. Stream and work and everything you got to do in this job. It's hard to separate yourself from it. Yeah. And I think also like just, you know, my parents are a bit older now. Like they're in their 60s and life goes by fast. And my sisters and my brother, you know, they all live in Chicago and they all have their lives. And I just don't want to, I mean, I miss out on a lot because I'm the only one who's out here. 1 million channel points. All I get is this fancy border. It looks pretty sick though. At Solra, thank you for the 3 months. And D. Nelly, thank you for the 2 months. What was I saying? But yeah, I miss out on a lot because I live here. I live very far. But I don't want to, you know, miss out on every single thing. So, oh my God. The end of stream last night was amazing. Yeah, where my phone died and I couldn't end the stream. And some of y'all would not leave. Huh. Am I the middle child by chance? No, I am the second oldest out of 5. Holy shit. I really do need a big old fan in front of me. But I have nothing. Farley went off to find a cool, dark place in the apartment. No, that is not middle child. No. If there's 4, then that's middle child. If there's 3, then that's middle child. 5, the third is the middle child. No, I am one of the elders. It's called math. Oh, I will die on this hill. Absolutely. How long was I a middle child for? Let's see. 3 years, 2.5 years. I was a middle child. But I was always like never a middle child, if that makes sense. I don't even know what that means. Okay, I'm just going to try to maybe not move that much. Keep the sweating to a minimum. Put super cold water in a washcloth. Yeah, I did that. I did that earlier. That helped a bit. I think it's also just these lights and it's sweaty. I'm hoping when the sun goes down, when it starts to cool off outside, it'll cool off in here. Just a bucket of ice water. Yeah, why don't I just do a whole ass ice bath? I'll just get into an ice bath as is. Turn the lights off, girl. I can't because my camera's fucked up. So it'll pretty much just be black. Like I have to have the lights. It'll be fine. I'm complaining, but I will survive. What else can we discuss? I was hit on by so many 22-year-olds this weekend because I went out with my sisters, my youngest sister's friends, because she had a housewarming party. She just moved into an apartment in the city. Very exciting. She's only going to be there for the summer, but she had a housewarming party and all her friends were there. And so I went out with it was at least my older sister and my middle sister was there, but it was like all 22-year-olds. And we went to some bars that I think as a 31-year-old, I just don't frequent anymore because everyone at those bars are very young 20s. It's just very sweaty and loud. The second we walked in and the DJ started hitting the air horn and there was no flow to the DJ set. It was like ADHD DJing, you know what I mean by that, where they'll play a minute of a song and then it just next song. Was it James Kennedy? It was not, but it was similar vibes. It was very Zoomer DJ. Yes. So I pretty much was like, yeah, this is one of those places that I got to just drink like 4 vodka sodas right now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, the air horn. I was like, oh my. Anyway, there was one young man who was like, hello, what's your name? And I said, Caroline. He goes, would you like to dance? Would you like to dance as if we were as if we were in like a ballroom, like it was Bridgerton or something? And I was like, no, thank you. He was very polite, but no, thank you. May I have this dance? Meanwhile, it's like the shittiest, LMFAO remix. So loud, air horn blaring in the background. May I have this dance, milady? There was one kid who my sister had been talking to, and then she looks at me and she goes, he wants to be an actor, and sends him over in my direction. I was like, what am I? Like the resident? Oh, you want to be an actor? Let me give you some advice. But I did. I was like, look, kid, don't move to LA right now. He goes, but I really want to. I go, yeah, you feel like it's calling you. You have FOMO. You're looking at LA as like, I gotta be there. No, you don't. You don't gotta be there. Not right now. I said, what are you, like 23? You're just starting out? He said, yeah. I go, look, you got a great look. I'm sure you've got talent. Do not go to LA right now. It is a terrible time. There are a dearth of opportunities. We are coming off of 2 strikes. The industry is wholly changing because the age of streaming, the golden age of streaming has come to an end. To tell them the rent price. Yeah, I was like, I go, you'll probably disregard this information, but please just trust. Please wait at minimum a year. What they're saying in LA, what they're saying in Hollywood to people who have pretty nice resumes, people who've been working for a long time, they're telling them stay alive till 25. These are to people who have experience. Stay alive till 25. Like at minimum, this year is fucked. So try and hold on to next year. I told him, I said, look, stay in Chicago. Try to work as much as you can. Try to do it all. Do some theater, do commercials, do one of the Chicago, shows. I'm sure you audition enough, you'll get cast in a bit part on like Chicago PD or Med or whatever ones they have nowadays. It's like just, I also told him, I was like, I said, who's your agent? And he told me, I go, do you know if they're established in LA? Like, are there actors out in LA who are with your agent? Try and connect with them, see how it's going. Cause like you might need to get out to LA and get a totally new agent. They might be great in Chicago, but they have no, they have no, nothing in LA because they're just different cities. Like not every agency has established themselves in all 3 of the big cities, Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles. Anyway, he goes, I was like, but what do I know? I mean, I actually know a lot, but also I'm some random person just giving you some advice. He goes, how old are you? I go, 31. And he gasped. I was like, okay, drama kid. Like, yeah, you are an actor with that fucking response. He gasped. But then he was like, oh, I just mean like, I can't believe you're 31. I go, I'm not dead. It's like 31's not that old. He goes, well, you don't really look 31. And I never want the follow-up to that because people will always be like, yeah, you look like late 20s. I go, that's not that big of a difference. You guys understand that the only way that has impact is if I'm like 50 and you go, wow, you look in your 30s. And you go, oh, okay, great, cool. 31, gasp, you don't look 31. First of all, what do you think 31-year-olds look like? Second of all, 31's not that old. Third of all, please do not tell me that I look like I'm 28. That's not that much of a difference. Oh, boy. James, thank you for the 21 months. You don't look a day over 22. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, love to talk to 22, 23-year-olds. Tell them I'm 31 and have them be like, like they just found out I'm their grandma or something. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. You don't look a day over. Mm-hmm. People live that long? Shocking. I know. Anyway. Any other good stories I have for you guys? Oh, I went out a lot this weekend. My sisters were like, let's go out of the city. So went out too much this weekend, but I also, I missed the city. I missed Chicago, but, my sister was talking to this guy And I hear her telling him what I do, like that I'm a streamer, a Twitch streamer. And this guy is my age, but of course doesn't know what the fuck Twitch is, even though he's in the tech world. I was like, that is still a strange disconnect to me. I get that Twitch is not something that it's an automatic, like if you're a millennial, even a young millennial, you know what it is. But how are you in the tech world and you don't know what Twitch is? Whatever. So she says this to him and he was like, oh, this is what the first question people always ask. They go, do you have a lot of subscribers? Like, I think that's just a generic. No, they'll say, do you have like, how many followers do you have? Sometimes I'll just make up random numbers, be like 20 million. And then they'll say, do you have a lot of subscribers? But they don't even know what it means. And then he goes, so do you wear like outfits? I said, what do you mean by that? He's like, well, you know, to get subscribers. It was like, yeah, actually I do. I have this American flag suit that I wear all the time. It's a big hit. He thinks you're like an eagle. Yes. Yes. This is not the first guy who has assumed that because I work on the internet that I'm selling sex. Totally interrupting whatever you're talking about to tell you the Ren Fair show on HBO is fascinating. Dude, do you know that Lolo's friend is the one who directed it? I can't wait to watch it. Anyway, yeah, it's this weird thing where they're basically asking me if I'm doing like sex work on the internet. Like that's what they assume. It's like, you know, there are other things that women do on the internet outside of things like OnlyFans. But all right. The strong disdain or straight up hatred for OnlyFans is pretty strong. Yeah, there's always that underlying like kind of nastiness of, oh, you're a woman who makes money online. You're pretty successful. You must be selling sex. You must. Anyway. You must. Also, many cosplayers are truly just doing cool outfits that are not sexual. Yeah. Guys like that don't understand that there's a lot happening here, though. It's just like, oh, there's only this one option. There's only this one thing. Oh, all right. Let's get into, I don't think I really have much else to report on, so we can. Oh, wait, I told you guys the cult story, which it's not really a story. It's me just, I'll retell it in case people weren't there for the cooking stream where I talked about this. But my flight down, I was very tired. I'm just always exhausted when I travel because I don't sleep. I don't sleep when I have flights anytime in the morning. So I was sitting in my spot on the plane and there was these two women sitting in front of me in a row. And one of them leans over and I see the row across from us. There's a dad and a daughter. Everyone's blonde, like very, very blonde. And like they looked similar. And I swear in that interaction, I came to the conclusion that woman right in front of me was the mom of the girl in the row across from him. And I went, oh, that sucks. Nobody switched spots with them. You know, they have to sit separately. Oh, hopefully the little girl will be fine, not sit next to mom. Whatever. Go to sleep. Wake up. Plane is landing. And then I realized it's a whole family. And there was another woman, also blonde, very similar looking, who was sitting next to the little girl and the dad in the opposite row. And the little girl then called her mama. And I went, hold up. Who's the mama here? Next, Yarn asked Cutie if Cashew a Mormon name. I'm going to ask her. Yes. And I went, wait a sec. I thought this was the mama. And then there was a third woman, the one who'd been sitting next to the one who I thought was the mama. And she also like had a similar look. It was giving sister wives. Yes. It was very much so giving sister wives. That guy was clearly dad. And they kept calling this little girl Cash. And I went, I got to hear what this name is. The name was Cashew. Tell me that ain't like... Tell me the name Cashew is not giving Mormon cult name. That was the full name. Cashew. So and they were all talking about like they clearly all lived in the same house. Like just what I was picking up on. I went, something's going on here. Either these are like aunties and this is the mom. Oh, there was also a son. Couldn't figure out who the fuck the mom was of the son. So there was an older boy. He was probably like 14. And then there was the little Cashew. It's like the little Cashew. And then there were 3 women who did look similar, but probably mainly because they were just blonde. And then the dad. Little Cashew. I didn't know what the boy's name was. I think that might have given further proof if his name was like, I don't know, almond, pistachio. It's giving either Mormon cult or new Gwyneth Paltrow child. True. They weren't giving Gwyneth Paltrow vibes though. So hence leaves me with the other option. Little macadamia. Every time you have a flight, you end up with some crazy story. I mean, it probably was not even that crazy a story. Maybe I was, like I said, when I told this story on the cooking stream, maybe I was just very tired and was imagining this. But also, we were coming from California. There's a lot of interesting people in California. You know, like I could see little Cashew and her 3 mommies, daddy, all like being in a cult or something. Have you ever taken the Zephyr train, Chicago to Bay Area? No, I have not, but this is not at all related. I have taken a bus from New Orleans to Austin, and that was wild. This is back when I was like early 20s, and I had hardly any money because I was making $500 a month before taxes working in politics. So I was broke as hell. But I still wanted to like travel and see friends. So I took this bus. It left at midnight from New Orleans. When I tell you the cast of characters that were on this bus, that was then, I can't even remember how long it was to Austin, but it ain't close. All my friends were flying from New Orleans to Austin the next day, but I couldn't afford a flight, so I took this bus. Hell yeah, I've done the bus from New Orleans to Atlanta. It was incredible. I've taken a lot of buses back in the day. Oh my God. Wait, do you guys remember this crazy story of when the mega bus Yeah. Does anyone remember the story of when why is this not working? The mega bus caught on fire. Okay, wait 1 second. Hello. Okay, 1 sec. Something. Oh, there we go. All right. So this is actually my cousin, good cousin. I have another cousin who's a writer. He's not a piece of shit, genocide apologist, but he was on that megabus the day it caught on fire. It is the craziest story where it caught on fire, I believe, traveling to, it was traveling to Milwaukee. And I think it left from Chicago and just lit up in smoke. think it was this. Let's see. This has happened multiple times, though, so.
Minneapolis-bound bus pulled over just outside of Chicago on Sunday afternoon. Passengers managed to escape just minutes before a mega bus exploded into flames. The Minneapolis-bound bus pulled over just outside of Chicago on Sunday afternoon after people on board heard a big pop. The driver got all the passengers off the bus. Moments later, the entire bus erupted with flames and thick black smoke. Nobody was injured, and the cause of the fire is under investigation.
Is that crazy? So I guess I could, it could be worse. Could be worse taking transportation. Yeah, luckily no one was injured. When I was early 20s, I took a Greyhound from Iowa City to Los Angeles. Man, I have some stories to tell. The character on that journey were a movie for real. Yeah, one thing you have to do in your life is take a cross-country bus trip. Cross-country bus or train. You will meet some characters. I used to bus all over the place. All over. Because it was cheap. It was real cheap, and that was pretty much the option. Like, if the train, I would prefer to take the train, but if there were not train options or if it was too expensive, then I'll take the bus. When was that? That was 2016. And then again, this is the piece that my cousin wrote the day my megabus caught fire. Yesterday was my first time taking Megabus, a discount inner-city bus service that began in 2006 and quickly gained notoriety for advertising fares as low as $1 each way. Remember when they were doing that? Yesterday was also the first time I had to evacuate a bus as it was catching fire. I was just closing my eyes when we pulled over to the side of the interstate 50 minutes into the trip from Chicago to Milwaukee. I hadn't noticed that there was a problem, but others, like a fellow passenger, Lauren Werdinger, said they smelled the burning coming from the bus almost immediately. The driver got out, re-entered the bus a few minutes later, and we drove on. Minutes later, we stopped again. The driver exited again. We eventually continued. Finally, he announced on the intercom that we were turning around because we had to switch buses. A groan of incredulity swept through the bus. I started tweeting updates. Do people still do that anymore? Remember how, this was happening a lot, I feel. Well, I guess maybe before the takeover of Elon Musk. Remember how you could, there were always good Twitter threads, live update Twitter threads of people who were like, oh my God, I'm stuck on this plane and now this is happening. Or, I don't know. There have been some classic live updating Twitter threads that everyone would follow along to. But yeah, no, everything's been ruined. There's no normcore Twitter anymore. Everything is just, yeah, all the enjoyment has been sucked out of that platform. I miss that era. I miss that era as well. I've been live tweeting my mental breakdown since 2010. Keep going, Kang. Or really boring updates like gonna go get a soda. Oh yeah. I went back through some of my first tweets and they were very much so Facebook statuses when we first got Facebook. I miss that. Let's bring it back to that era. We turned off the interstate and began heading back towards Chicago down a smaller highway. Within minutes, there was a loud bang from the back of the bus. People leapt up from their seats. Some were cursing. Some got on their phones. We pulled over and the driver got on the intercom. "It's just a flat tire," he said. "There's no need to panic and no need to curse." He exited the bus and we all sat there for a few minutes dumbfounded. One passenger, Kenny Wagner, said nothing like this had happened in the dozens of times he'd taken Megabus. The bus began to smoke, and as it got thicker, we evacuated. Outside, the driver was fishing out baggage. There was a small fire coming out from one of the wheels on the other side. The fire grew quickly and within minutes had spread throughout the back of the bus. People got away as quickly as they could, abandoning their bags. The driver remained trying to put out the flames with a small fire extinguisher. This is one of those instances where this driver is commendable, but also, dude, you don't get paid enough to risk your life like that. When the megabus just starts exploding, get the hell away. Suddenly, there was a series of pops followed by several loud booms, and flames completely consumed the back half of the bus. Alexi O'Brien, a student at the University of St. Thomas, was despondent, yelling to someone on the phone, "I lost all my schoolwork and textbooks. What am I supposed to do?" Oh, the worst. Many people, I learned, lost a considerable amount of personal property. Some, like Miss Werdinger, felt lucky that they'd only lost clothes. I have my laptop here with me, thank God. Others, like Darnell McKinney, lost considerably more. I was moving from St. Louis to Milwaukee. I had my whole life under that bus. iPad, iPhone, clothes, leather jacket, social security card, birth certificates. I ain't got a pair of socks now, man. I ain't got a pair of drawers. I wonder what happened with like a lawsuit concerning Megabus, the Megabus that blew up. This isn't even the worst fate to befall Megabus passengers. It has had in its relatively brief existence. Is Megabus still around too? or have like the number of catastrophic incidents driven it into the ground? A double-decker Megabus crashed into a railroad overpass in upstate New York, killing 4 on the top deck. Yeah, and it still sucks. Not surprising. In 2014, 26 passengers were hurt when a Megabus rolled over near Seymour, Indiana. And in 2015, 19 were injured when a Megabus traveling from Chicago to Atlanta crashed. I had chosen Megabus for the same reason most choose it, the price. While I didn't snag a dollar fare, I paid $11 plus a booking fee for a ticket from Chicago to Milwaukee. An Amtrak ticket would have cost $25. Not a bad savings. Unfortunately, though, low prices sometimes come with other low costs. Absolutely wild. We were eventually picked up by another double-decker Megabus and continued our journey to Milwaukee. It seemed slightly cruel and ironic to be picked up by the same manner of transport that had just burst into flames, but there was no other option available. On the way, there was a discussion about responsibility. This was not the driver's fault, Rushika Watkins said emphatically. He was doing his best and trying to help us and save our luggage. Another passenger, Michelle Grant, said they never should have made him turn around and go back to Chicago. They knew something was wrong with that bus. That was stupid. Yeah, these companies they're gonna like push the limits until, like, let's say in this instance, the bus explodes. Like, it'll be fine. You know, as long as the bus doesn't explode, and then the bus explodes, they're like, we'll just keep going with our buses being in severe need of like overhauls. That's part of the mega experience. Another hotly discussed topic among the passengers was that of reimbursement. Several people called up Megabus's terms and conditions on their phones. It unfortunately states our maximum liability to you for any loss or damage. Oh my God. To your luggage is $250 per passenger for any such loss or damage to luggage, and Megabus.com will only be responsible to reimburse passengers up to the maximum liability limit in the event of negligence on the part of Megabus.com. A lot of loopholes there. That information caused quite a bit of distress. I'm just devastated, said Alice Taylor, who estimated she lost $1,700 worth of belongings in the fire, including a laptop. Deandra B. said this was the second time he'd had luggage lost or destroyed on a Megabus. The first time he said he got frustrated trying to get compensation and eventually gave up. That's what they do to you, y'all. They make it impossible. And I'm not just talking about Megabus. I'm talking about so many corporations. When you are attempting to get compensated for when you were wronged, they intentionally put that many obstacles and difficulties in your path so that you give up. I may choose Megabus to save a few bucks, but many of my fellow passengers ride Megabus because it's all that they can afford, and many lack the legal or financial resources to pursue the company for fair compensation for lost items. So my takeaway is this. While you shouldn't expect your bus to become a ball of flames, it is sadly necessary to be prepared. Carry irreplaceable things with you if possible. Some credit cards, like American Express, offer baggage insurance if you purchase the ticket with the card. Most important, be safe. No belonging is worth injury or death. We were lucky that no one was hurt on our bus. This is largely because everyone was wise enough to abandon their belongings when things got dangerous. now we know where airlines got their ridiculous rules for refunds from. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know which which company took from which, but they certainly all follow the same patterns of making reimbursement difficult to achieve, trying to talk to customer service, alone being a nightmare. I know for a fact I'd be the one dumb motherfucker that died going back for my laptop. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Okay, let's start off by talking about the drama in the Tonys community. The second I got home, I immediately, I was on the couch and I said, oh my God, Will, there is drama in the theater community. And he was like, wait, what's going on? And I sat there and tried to explain to him the Eddie Redmayne cabaret performance that has caused a divide in the Tonys. Or sorry, not in the Tonys, in the theater community. A lot of tweets online. I would say half of them, just in my own, what I've seen, half of them are like, everybody's fucking stupid. Nobody understands cabaret. I loved it. You don't understand what he was trying to do. And then the other half of them are ruthlessly mocking Eddie Redmayne's performance. Eddie Redmayne's an interesting guy because he kind of seems to get a lot of hate. And he hasn't done anything particularly egregious. I think people were upset that he won. Or I think they were upset that he played the role in The Danish Girl. Yeah, and then ended up winning an Oscar for he hasn't done anything though to warrant what I see as pretty extreme hatred for him. And by all accounts, he's supposed to be a pretty nice guy who's a hard worker, and I do think he is talented. I will say I don't love his singing voice. There is something kind of frog-like, kind of Muppety about it. He swallows his words. Some people love it. Personally speaking, not a fan of his musical theater voice. But what we're going to talk about today, we're going to watch his... we are going to watch the cabaret performance at the Tony Awards from Sunday, where Eddie Redmayne plays the MC. Not my fave vocally either, but I find him engaging to watch. Yeah, I certainly think he is talented. I certainly think he gives it his all. I don't think I'm an Eddie Redmayne stan, I guess I would say. But I also don't hate him. There are a lot of people online who it kind of felt like it wasn't just that they hated this performance. It's that they also can't stand Eddie Redmayne. So Eddie Redmayne is starring as the MC in the West End in London, in the West End's new performance of Cabaret. And he has a very new and different interpretation of the character of the MC from a musical called Cabaret that Joel Grey originated the role. It was Bob Fosse and Joel Grey. And then he also played the role of the MC in the 1972 Cabaret film starring Liza Minnelli. And then the other most famous person to pick up the mantle, or the most famous performance of the MC, is Alan Cumming. So Alan Cumming took over in 1998, late 90s. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. But that was when Alan Cumming reimagined the role of the MC in Cabaret. And for those of you who don't know this musical, I'll give you a little context. So Cabaret is based on a 1951 play called I Am a Camera. And it takes place in 1929 to 1930 Berlin during the height of the jazz age, and also as the Nazis are beginning to rise to power. So as there's like this world in the Kit Kat Club where characters come in and out, it's a world that celebrates, freedom and hedonism, and it's dark and alluring. And here in the Kit Kat Club, like, you can be whoever you want to be. And there's these like really bawdy and sexy performances. Well, on the outside of the Kit Kat Club, Nazis are rising to power in Germany. And this specifically takes place in Berlin. And so the character of the MC, the master of ceremonies in Cabaret, there's a few ways that they can be interpreted. They are gender non-conforming, so have been played by women as well. And to me, what I would say is, like, the MC character represents a mirror. Like, if you held up a mirror to Berlin during this time period, you see the MC's character reflecting back what's happening in society. And so at first, the opening scene of Cabaret is the musical number Willkommen, which means welcome. And it is the MC and the Kit Kat Club dancers, and they are welcoming you into the Kit Kat Club. And then as the movie progresses, the MC gets even more sinister, gets darker, as they are reflecting the rise of fascism happening around them, until we get to the end of the musical, where the MC and all of the performers at the Kit Kat Club strip off their costumes, and they have the striped pajamas that Jewish prison Jewish concentration camp prisoners were forced to wear, and they are like shepherded off to concentration camps. And so the idea is that, like, now this is done. It is over. Fascism has taken over. And there is no more Kit Kat Club. There is no more life. So that's just a little context to the character. The character is played differently by Joel Grey and Alan Cumming. Joel Grey, who originated the character, who's also the father of Jennifer Grey, is like a little bit more puppet-like, more marionette to the performance. He's got rouge cheeks. He's kind of got the clown makeup, but he's not over the top like you will see with Eddie's performance. But there is a darkness to his character, and there's a creepiness where he feels like this all-seeing narrator, but you also don't know if personally he is bad or not. And then when Alan Cumming took over, he brought a more seductive, sexy vibe to this character. Still there's a darkness as fascism takes over, but Alan Cummings, he played this character like he's got tattoos, he's got heroin track marks, he's just much more hedonistic in his performance. But again, even though this character the character of the MC has evolved throughout the decades, there's still this basis of the MC making you feel uncomfortable as the film progresses. There being a darkness to the MC, there being like a hint of evil. And again, that's because the MC to me is a mirror of what is happening in Berlin. So all that to be said, oh my God, I'm really fucking sweating right now. all that to be said, I understand what Eddie Redmayne is doing with this performance, and I think a lot of people who watch this also understand. I don't think it's a matter of like not getting it. It's just a matter of not liking his take on the MC. So let's watch it. My AC is broken, yes.
Welcome, friend, étranger, stranger, glücklich zu sehen, je suis enchanté. Happy to see you, bleib, reste, stay. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome, im cabaret, oh cabaret, cabaret. Meine Damen und Herren, Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, leave your troubles outside, for we have no troubles here, for here, life is beautiful!
Bienvenue, welcome, cabaret, cabaret, cabaret.
And now, present the toast of Mayfair, Fräulein Sally
Oh, I hate this part.
This way? Oh, this way. Oh, hello, stranger. Enchanté, madame. Happy to see you, blind and restless.
Come, friend, étranger, stranger. Glücklich zu sehen, je suis enchanté. Okay, let me get my thoughts. So, first of all, if you like this performance, totally fine. I am giving my subjective take on it and also pushing back on the idea that, like, I saw some people tweeting this, that if you didn't like this, if you didn't like his interpretation, it meant you didn't understand what he was trying to do. You didn't understand cabaret. And I'm going to disagree with that. I understand cabaret. I've been in cabaret. I understand the character. I commend. I don't know who's directing. I can't remember the name of the who's directing the West End performance. I commend Eddie Redmayne for like doing something different. You know, he goes all out, certainly. But I think that's almost the problem. Now, to be fair, this is a performance for the Tonys. It's being filmed in a way that you would not experience that in a live theater performance, like the close-ups, the extra dramatization of it because it's at the Tonys. But when you have the MC starting off this way, to me, there's nowhere to go. Like, there's nowhere for that character to slither and morph and change into something that is kind of this, like, if this had been how he performs at like the end of Act 1 during Tomorrow Belongs to Me, the big Nazi song, or in Act 2, I would have been like, okay, but to start off the first number, Willkommen, which is supposed to be welcoming you into the Kit Kat Club, there's no welcoming for me because this is too nightmarish. Again, to be fair, I don't know what his whole performance is like. I don't know if this is toned down when we get, you know, if I were to watch the entire production and then he kind of ramps things up as things get darker in the club because Nazis are taking over. Also, Tony's performances give a preview of the show, so maybe I want to include a bit of that, like an ad for the show. Yeah, correct. So I will talk about his performance more, though. To me, like, there's too much physicality. There's too much puppet marionette type choreography that he's doing with his body that it kind of loses. Like, to me, I don't really see the spirit of Bob Fosse in it. It feels overwhelming the worst way. It is so much. It is so much. And look, the character of the MC is it's not that the MC isn't over the top, isn't isn't dramatic and just like there's just so much going on with the character, from being alluring to sexy to grotesque to evil to like I said, holding up a mirror to what's happening in Berlin and what's happening to Jewish people. Not everybody agrees with this interpretation either, but the MC is a queer Jewish person. Like, if you view Cabaret from the MC being a queer Jewish person, then the changes that the MC takes throughout the show, it just informs that. And so by the end of Cabaret, like, it's all over. They reprise Willkommen. So they sing the same song at the end, but there's none of this joy. There's none of this, mesdames and messieurs, like, here you can be anybody, you know, you can, life outside doesn't matter. All that matters is here in the Kit Kat Club. But by the end of Cabaret, when they're reprising Willkommen, it's way, way, way different because life no longer exists in the Kit Kat Club because all of this is gone and it's just Nazis everywhere. So, who's someone you liked performing this character? I probably love Alan Cummings' performance of the MC the best. It's probably my fave. So, anyway, this is what has divided the theater community. And I have truly seen it split down the middle, where some people are very riveted and obsessed with Eddie Redmayne's interpretation of the MC. They like how over the top nightmarish it is. They like they just like how uncomfortable, like how deeply uncomfortable it is from the get-go. And then there are others who are like, not my favorite interpretation. I don't agree with the direction that they took this character. And so it's always funny the way that people react differently to art, you know? Not everybody is going to like something. I appreciate that they did something new here, But I can say that and also be like, yeah, I don't really like the choices that were made here. But if people like this, I wouldn't be like, you don't understand Cabaret. You don't get the character. And it drives me fucking nuts when the argument will be made if you don't like, if you don't like a take on a very classic, classically famous character in a very famous musical, as, well, you just don't understand it. You don't understand Cabaret. You don't understand the MC, and that's why you didn't like it. And it's like, well, that makes it seem as if this is objectively a great incarnation of the MC, and that's not true. Like, you can't treat it that way. I don't know why we all have to like the same shit. Yeah, and then people who have been like, I also don't like Eddie Redmayne as a musical theater performer, which is fair. People are like, I don't like his singing voice. I also don't. I know he's doing something, he's doing an added character thingy with his vocals, but he also normally has a voice where it sounds like he swallows words. He has a very frog-like sound. Some people like it, some people don't. Saw so many tweets about that. Yes, like I said, this has been very divided. This has divided theater people online. Either way, love the hair and makeup for this performance. Yeah, I think I prefer, like, this is not as sexy to me as I prefer renditions of Cabaret. Like, when we did Cabaret in college, it was bawdier and sexier than this was. And I really preferred that, which is why I really like the Alan Cumming version of the MC. It's also supposed to be this opening number, like, really is like, the way I look at it is it's supposed to seduce you into this club. It's supposed to seduce you into this world. It's supposed to, like, peel back the curtain and show you what life is all about and how this is a place where you can be anybody that you want to be. But there, of course, is, and it's slight in the beginning, but there's the undercurrent of, outside of this place, fascism is growing, but then also it creeps its way into the club. Like, there are Nazis then who are sitting in the audience. The tweet saying it's supposed to make you uncomfortable were just bad. Like, yes, we know that the character of the MC is supposed to make you uncomfortable because it's showing you how people are succumbing to fascism. It's showing you how freedom is being ripped away. Like, yes, there is a sinister energy to it, of course. And I get that that's what Eddie Redmayne is doing here. He's doing a very, like, puppety, a nightmarish version of the MC for reasons that I've already stated. Like, people know what they're doing. They don't agree with this, or they just don't like the interpretation. I just watched the Alan Cumming 2014 Tony's version for comparison. I feel like it does a better job of being a welcoming you into the club type of song. Right. And it's important to note that this is the very beginning of Cabaret and how strong that contrast is at the end of Cabaret when they reprise Willkommen, when everything has fallen to total hell. Can we watch Alan Cumming? Sure. Willkommen, bienvenue. Let's watch. Let's see. He did it in 1998 and 2014. Let's watch the 98.
Every night, 500 people spend a couple of hours steeped in decadence and depravity. No, not the White House press briefing. It's the Roundabout Theater Company's sizzling reinterpretation of the classic Candor and musical, Cabaret. We now take you to the stage of the Kit Kat Club, where Tony nominee Alan Cumming has something to sing to us.
Willkommen, bienvenue. Welcome.
Looks like a sexy vampire.
Fremder, étranger, stranger. Glücklich zu sehen, je suis enchanté. Happy to see you, bleibe feste, stay. Willkommen, bienvenue,
welcome.
Im Cabaret, au Cabaret, au Cabaret. Meine Damen und Herren, Mesdames et Messieurs, Ladies and Gentlemen, guten Abend, bonsoir, good evening, wie geht's, comment ça va, do you feel good? Yeah, I bet you do. Ich bin euer Konferencier, je suis votre compère.
I am your host.
Sage willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Im Cabaret,
yes.
Cabaret, Cabaret. Outside it is winter, but in here it's so hot. Ooh. Every night we have to battle with the girls to keep them from taking off all of their clothing. So don't go away. Who knows? Tonight we may lose the battle. We are here to serve you! Reste stay. Wir sagen willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Hello. Fremder, étranger, stranger. Wow. Glücklich zu sehen, je suis enchanté. Happy to see you. Bleibe, reste stay. Wir sagen
willkommen, bienvenue. And then let me just give you guys a little bit of an idea. So as you can see, Alan Cumming, and they did that for the Tonys in 1998. It's very bawdy. It's very like when you think of a cabaret club and you go, and it's sexy and seductive and it welcomes you in. Right? And the song title is Lily Willkommen. Now, do I think that every version of cabaret needed to do the same interpretation? No, and it's evolved throughout the years. Like I said, in the 2000s, they started casting the MC as a woman because the MC is supposed to be gender nonconforming. And yet, with Eddie Redmayne, I just feel like there's no part to it that draws you in at all. Like, it's too over the top, nightmarish. I would see the show if I had the opportunity. Like, if I could go to West End and see the show, I would of course see it because I think it'd inform me better. But just based on the Tony's performance, I'm like, not my preferential interpretation of the MC character. Okay, so then here we have, this is Joel Grey from the 1972 film.
Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Fremde, étranger, stranger. Glücklich zu sehen.
So he's kind of got more of that puppet look that Eddie has, but he's,
happy to see
a little more pulled, much more pulled back.
Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome im cabaret, au cabaret, to cabaret. Meine Damen und Herren, Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies und
Did he win the Oscar for this?
Comment ça va? Do you feel good? Ich bin euer Konferencier. I am your host und sage willkommen, bienvenue, welcome im Cabaret, au Cabaret, to Cabaret. Leave your troubles outside. So, life is disappointing. Forget it. In here, life is beautiful. The girls are beautiful. Even the orchestra is beautiful.
I think the nightmare styling of the opening number implies current day audience members are midway through the fascist transformation that's being depicted in the show. It seems like a very purposeful distortion to me. Yeah, I haven't read like any reasoning as to why they depicted the character this way. If rather than going off the show material, they are really tailoring it to just what's happening in the world today. That guy Stroop, thank you for the tier 1. Skilla, thank you for the 16 months. Which I think is interesting, but for me, I still think that he needed to start more pulled back so he has something to grow into. Because I'm just looking at it and I'm like, where does the character then go from there if this is how we are coming out the gate? You know?
Girls! Heidi, Christine, Mausi, Helga, Betty und Inge. Each and every one a virgin. You don't believe me? Well, do not take my word for it.
Helga.
Go ahead. Ask Helga. Outside, it is windy, but here, it is so hot. Every night, we have the battle to keep the girls from taking off all their clothing. So, don't go away. Who knows? Tonight, we may lose the battle.
Glücklich zu sehen, je suis enchanté. Happy to see you. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Cabaret, oh Cabaret, oh Cabaret.
Und genau eine kleine Preview auf unser Poker. Wir bringen Ihnen die Brettdame. Der ist Amerika. Die charmante Chanteuse aus Amerika, Fräulein Salibon. Frau Huber. Die einmalige Fräulein Elke. Und last but not least, die Spielknaben, the Toy Boys und oss, Tony. Wir sagen
Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Fremde, étranger, stranger.
Hallo, Stranger.
Sehen, je suis enchanté.
Liza Minnelli. Okay, anyway, I've shown you now 3 versions of the MC doing Vilkman in the opening of Cabaret. And yeah, I think I gave my take on it. I will say I'm happier though to see the timeline being torn in half by something like Eddie Redmayne's performance as the MC in Cabaret. Like I would rather this be what has divided people than like calling a genocide, you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, yeah, if we're gonna battle it out, let's battle it out over Eddie Redmayne's Cabaret performance. Is he even to blame of the choreography just not being welcome enough? Well, obviously he is working with the director of this West End performance. Like that's who he worked with to come up with this interpretation. It's taken a lot of the Fosse out of the choreography, like I said. And that's what takes out that like local, cabaret showgirls type vibe. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about a couple other moments, starting with the Jonathan Groff. There was also drama. There was also drama about Jonathan Groff winning Best Lead Actor, not because Jonathan Groff won, but because there were some people who took issue with, I guess I was not the only one who dramatically said Jonathan Groff is the Leo DiCaprio of the Tonys, because they're like, he hasn't been in that many shows. And my whole thing is, okay, was I being dramatic when I tweeted that Jonathan Groff was the Leo DiCaprio of the Tonys? It's been 17 years since he was nominated for Spring Awakening. It finally won a Tony. Yes. But my point being is that Jonathan Groff is a guy who you can't believe didn't have a Tony. You're like, how does Jonathan Groff not already have a Tony? Like, he should have won for Spring Awakening. Where are my 2006... Where are my millennials at? Where are my theater kid millennials at? When Spring Awakening came out, that was the musical of all musicals. And let me go a step further. Specifically, where are my queer millennials at? My queer theater kid millennials, which might be an oxymoron. But if you know what I'm talking about, then you know. Okay? When Spring Awakening came out, it was everything. Listened to that soundtrack up and down and just could not get enough of it. It really felt like the musical of all musicals. Right here, sis. So anyway, that was Jonathan Groff's first Tony nomination in 2007. And then he was nominated again for playing King George in Hamilton, where honestly, he's one of the best parts. Lin-Manuel Miranda has no business actually singing in musical theater, especially when you hear somebody like Jonathan Groff. You're like, oh yeah, Now that's somebody who can fucking sing musical theater. He made George such a character with such a small part. He's incredible as King George. So he was nominated that, and then this, I believe, was his third nomination. They reprised Merrily We Roll Along, which is a Stephen Sondheim musical that famously flopped when it came out in the 80s. So it came out in 1981, and it is about three friends. Frank, who is played by Jonathan Groff, is a composer, but then he kind of starts to get big, and he starts to sell out and turns to Hollywood and turns to movie making, and loses his love of art and replaces it with like just commercialism. It's just about, it's just about making money. It's just about getting awards. And so it looks at how these three friends' lives and their friendship changes over the course of 20 years, but particularly focusing on Frank, who is played by Jonathan Groff in this reprise. How badly do you wish you were in the friendship group of Groff, Dan Radcliffe, and Lindsay Mendez? I would give anything, is what I will say. So, anywho, Jonathan Groff finally won his Tony last night, and Daniel Radcliffe was so cute. And then when Daniel Radcliffe won his Tony, because that's right, this is a win for millennials everywhere. Okay, we got double millennial win. We got Daniel Radcliffe and Jonathan Groff both winning their first Tonys on Sunday night for Merrily We Roll Along.
American Theater Wing's Tony Award goes to...
Also...
And allowing me the chance to...
Wait.
Tony Award goes to...
Did anybody see the news that Nick Jonas is going to star in The Last 5 Years? Does anybody know the musical The Last 5 Years? Anyone see it? It is a musical from, I think, like 2001 or 2002, and it is about this couple who break up, and it follows the demise of their relationship over 5 years, but it's like not a linear timeline. Anywho, Nick Jonas is starring in it, and at first when I saw the news, I was like, "Oh, Nick Jonas," and then I went, maybe he won't be so bad. And now I'm kind of back to thinking he's not the right choice. He's not my Jamie. Cassidy, thank you for the tier 1. Spring Awakening gave us Leah Michelle. Oh, yes, indeed. Spring Awakening did give us Leah Michelle. As a Chicago man, hope the trip went well. It was great. So I went back and rewatched Nick Jonas playing. He did Marius, and then didn't he play someone else in Les Mis? Who has Nick Jonas? Did he just play Marius? It was like the 25th Les Mis anniversary, and I think he's saying Marius is that. Anywho, I went back, rewatched that. Jonas was pretty young still, and obviously had not trained musical theater. He has a good voice. He doesn't have the... He just didn't have the right tone, and was clearly undertrained for singing that role, but was still pretty decent. So maybe he'll be better in The Last 5 Years. Maybe. I haven't really heard how he sounds lately, so It was just a stark difference compared to everyone else when he was on stage. Yeah, especially when you're singing, especially when you're doing Les Mis. If you ain't up to standard, you're especially going to stand out. Anyway.
Peter Wings Tony Award goes to Jonathan Groff.
I'm such a Jonathan Groff
his brilliant portrayal
fan.
of Franklin Shepard. Tonight, Jonathan Groff earns his third
Look at
Tony
how
nomination
cute they
and first
are.
win.
That's his Ron Weasley.
Thank you. I grew up in a house surrounded by cornfields in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. I was raised by my parents, Jim and Julie Groff, and my brother David, and the three of them are sitting right there. Thank you for letting me dress up like Mary Poppins when I was 3. Thank you for letting me act out scenes from I Love Lucy on
He's
my 10th
like, thank you for
birthday.
letting me be gay.
Thank you for always allowing my freak flag to fly without ever making me feel weird about it. Even if they didn't always understand me, my family knew the life-saving power of fanning the flame of a young person's passions without judgment. I walk through life with an open heart because you let me know that I could. Thank you, I love you. Thank you to all of my teachers back in Pennsylvania, especially Sue Fisher, who told me I could do this for a living. I moved to New York exactly 20 years ago this year, and I got a job waiting tables and became a volunteer for Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS. And all I wanted was to be a part of this community. Thank you to everyone involved in Spring Awakening, who not only made that dream come true, but also inspired me to come out of the closet when I was 23. I'm now 39, and musical theater is still saving my soul. Maria Friedman. Thank you for letting me be your Franklin Shepard in this production of Merrily and allowing me the chance to accept, respect, and express both the lightest and darkest parts of myself. Daniel Radcliffe and Lindsay Mendez, you are more than old friends. You are soulmates. And I'm looking forward to watching each other change for the rest of our lives. Thank you to every member of the extraordinary cast for lifting this Merrily into the spiritual stratosphere. Thank you to everyone working inside the Hudson Theater. Thank you, New York Theater Workshop. Thank you, Jim, Lonnie, Ann, and the original company and creative team of Merrily. Special thank you to Sonia Friedman, Jim Carnahan, Tom Broker, Haley King, Joe Mahota, and Jenny Tversky. Happy birthday to Rick and Max. And finally, I just want to say, when I was a kid in Pennsylvania, I used to record the Tony Awards on a VHS tape and watch the performances over and over again. And to actually be able to be a part of making theater in this city, and just as much to be able to watch the work of this incredible, incredible community has been the greatest gift and pleasure of my life. And I thank you, and thank you so much for this honor.
My God. Okay. Something I have to say. Obviously, Lindsay and Daniel are very successful. You know, Daniel also won his Tony that night, which we'll watch his speech in a second. But a point that I want to make, because I always like to make points, is if you are not fucking over the moon and thrilled when your friends succeed, what are you doing? Like, you should want your friends to succeed. You should be as excited for them as they are. And there's people who are not like that with their friends, and instead, like, they're secretly bitter and jealous. And it's like, that ain't the way to go through life having friendships. You should be down in the dirt with your friends, you know, supporting them, sharing in their successes. And I really do believe that if you go through life like that, you will have your successes too, and they will be there for you, cheerleading you as you succeed. rather than just being a bitter, jealous little troll who puts on a fake smile. I want to know what Lea Michelle's thoughts were. You and everybody else. No, but seriously, it is kind of funny how many actors from Glee have won Tonys except for Lea Michele. Jenna Ushkowitz has 2 Tonys. She has 2 Tonys. So last night, Sarah Paulson won a Tony, or Sunday night, Sarah Paulson won a Tony and Jonathan Groff won a Tony, which adds 2 more Glee members, or I guess Sarah Paulson wasn't Glee. Ryan Murphy. Whatever. Just goes to show, though, that when you leave Ryan Murphy, you can win a Tony. Get out from Ryan Murphy. Win a Tony. Wait, Leah's never won one. Negative. Negativo. What if I'm jelly of my friends? Look, it is perfectly normal to feel jealousy when people in your life are succeeding and you are not. But you can't let yourself stay in that. You can't let yourself drown in that because that turns you bitter. And that does not make for good, healthy friendship. So I'm sure all of us at some point or another, especially if like people who we are friends with are in the same field, especially if you were like going for the same, you know, promote, whatever it is, like something where you were, like you're like somewhat in competition with your friends, whatever the situation. It's not good to let that jealousy consume you, though. Jealousy is normal. Envy is bitterness. Yeah, and like some people just can't find a way to be happy for their friends. Like once they get over the, oh, I wish it were me, which is normal to feel like, oh man, I wish I had something good in my life, or like I wish I had just gotten a Tony, or like I wish whatever it is. You gotta rest. You gotta be in that mindset, or else envy will just destroy you from the inside out. Definitely jealous of some of my friends' successes, but I don't begrudge them. Totally. I have throughout my life, when, especially during very dark times where I had what I felt like was nothing, and I would see my friends succeeding, I would see them with just all these W's piling up. And I think it wasn't so much like, man, I'm jealous of their individual successes. Like that's something that I want. I think it was more so of I just wish that I had something in my life. That's what it was. It was that I would feel inadequate. I would feel like I was the failure and that everyone else was killing it around me. Jenna's Tony Award wins are harder to achieve because she brought forth creations on the stage. I don't even know. I have not kept up with Jenna's career, so I was pretty shocked to see that she had won.
And the Tony Award
she had
goes
won 2 Tonys, which I was like, God damn. Okay, girl. One good way to never be jealous of your friends' successes is to sabotage them before they win. If I think my friends are going to succeed, I go full Nancy. You go Tanya Harding on them. Yes. You take them out at the kneecaps. When will it be my turn type beat? Totally. But I just think like, that there's 2 ways that you can go with it. You can feel the when will it be my turn, but also then choose to be happy for your friends. Or you can say when will it be my turn and live in that resentment and live in that envy, which is an awful place to be. It really is an awful place to be. Like, it's fun to be happy for the people in your life when they're succeeding. Like, that is a great feeling to have, to legit, like, to really be in a mindset where you are happy for your friends and family. Okay, so here's Mr. Harry Potter.
To Charlie Kringus himself, Daniel Radcliffe.
Daniel Radcliffe cited Broadway as the first.
I also have to say Daniel Radcliffe is the short king. He is the king of short kings. I love him so much. I love that his wife, or maybe his girlfriend, is significantly taller than him. I love that he's just the best. He's the best fucking dude.
He could truly be an actor. And
with his little cute ass bow tie.
Marks his first Tony nomination and win.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna just talk fast and try not to cry. Thank you so much to the Broadway League and the American Theatre Wing for this unbelievable honor. Thank you to our producers, Sonia, David, Patrick, and Jeff, for making all of this happen. Thank you to Stephen Sondheim and George Firth for writing this unbelievable show and these incredible songs that are just a gift to get to sing every night. Thank you to Maria, our director, for knowing the show like the back of your hand and for guiding us through it so beautifully. And also this has been one of the best experiences of my life. Thank you for thinking of me for this. This is it's been unbelievable. Thank you so much to our cast, everybody on that stage. It is an honor to be on stage with you every single night and I will miss it so much. Speaking of missing things, Jonathan, Lindsay, I will miss you so much. I don't really have to act in this show. I just have to look at you and feel everything that I want to feel. I will never have it this good again. Thank you. Thank you to our crew, the band, the stage management team, everybody who makes the show happen every day at the Hudson Theatre. You make it a dream to come to work. Thank you so much. Thank you to Sue Latimer, my agent, who has been with me literally my entire life. That's not a joke. Sam, Sandy Binion, my dresser. You dressed me on Equus. No, you didn't dress me. We met on Equus, and then you dressed me on everything.
By the way, something that I learned recently was the reason that the leads of Harry Potter are all seemingly well-adjusted. Like you've got Emma Watson, who's dedicated her life towards humanitarian work and like fighting for things such as equal rights. You got Dan Radcliffe, who's a guy that everybody has an incredible story about. You have Rupert Grint, who haven't heard anything bad about him. Haven't seen him like fall apart or anything. And I learned that apparently Christopher Columbus only cast people who came from stable families. Like he did not want kids. He didn't want kids coming from these like awful stage family type families, which then would maybe make their rise to fame, being some of the most famous kids in the world, that much more difficult. I saw someone street like, can you imagine if you were like the kid who would have played Harry Potter, but your parents were divorced, or like your mom was just giving too much of stage mom and that's why you didn't get Harry Potter. It's like, oh yeah, no, we would have cast you otherwise. Have I seen Miracle Workers? He's so funny in that. Yes, I have.
Everything since. None of this would have been half as much fun without you. Thank you so much. My singing teacher, Mark Malin, is the only reason I sound any good in the show. Thank you, Mark. My mom and dad are here somewhere. Happy Father's Day, Dad. I love you both so much. Thank you for playing Sondheim in the car and just, loving me. And my love, Erin, you and our son are the best thing that has ever happened to me. I love you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Have a great, great night. I will wrap it up.
Oh my God! The first performance of Merrily since the Tonys. Oh yeah, this is where he like wins the Tony in the show. So context of this is a scene where he gets a Tony, and this is the performance, the first performance after the Tonys when he won the Tony. It's so meta. God, I want to see this show. I can't believe they're only doing it till July 6th, and then there's not going to be a new cast. They are filming it. Yes, they are filming it.
I would like to begin by thanking all the hundreds of people who have turned down every show I have ever written so that I could win tonight for this one.
Okay, I also have to show you guys. I have to show you this.
I mean, I feel like
You recently said that you would burn the building down if Jonathan Groff didn't win.
I did.
Okay, so Daniel Radcliffe in an interview. I want to see Outsiders so badly. Me too. Daniel Radcliffe in an interview said, if Jonathan Groff doesn't win the Tony, then I'm going to burn the building down. And so they asked him about it.
Stand by it.
I mean, I feel like you're giving me an opportunity to retract this, and that feels like the smart move. But when you have a feeling that's just so strong, I don't know. No, look, I'm not.
What are you, a cop? Yeah.
But I'm very passionate about Jonathan winning. I mean, as I'm sure is everybody for the leading man in their shows, and it's huge bias on my part. But I see what Jonathan does this far away every night, and it's so remarkable. And he gives so much of himself and makes it look like it is nothing. It's just, it's so cool. So I'm rooting for him hard, and I'll keep the threats of actual building harm away from it.
You recently said,
He's like, but seriously, if he doesn't win, I will burn down the building. Okay, so unfortunately at the Oscar or at the Tonys, not everybody who won a Tony is somebody that I'm over here like tearing up about. Miss Girl Boss, Miss Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss herself won the Tony for the musical about the suffragettes that she produced called Suffs. And she came out to a standing ovation. Here she is. I saw a tweet that said she looks like the racist mother of a gay couple at a Palm Springs wedding. The second comment. Did she steal that dress from Libya?
thank you, Anne. What a great evening.
Why are you crying?
Now, I have stood on a lot of stages, but this is very special. And I know a little bit about how hard it is to make change.
I am so tired of her. I'm so tired of the member 2016. I know what it's like to have won. I know what it's like to have tried, but just It was ripped away from you.
So I'm extremely proud of this original American musical by Shana Taub, now 2-time Tony winner.
No, this is real.
And of course, it is about some American originals, the suffragists who fought so valiantly for so long to give women in our country the right to vote. It's almost impossible to think about what a challenge that was. But now it's an election year, and we need to be reminded about how important it is to vote. So please welcome.
You guys. You guys, all you need to do is vote. Also, I think I said she won a Tony. She definitely didn't win a Tony, but she was given a standing ovation as she introduced a musical number from Suffs, the musical that she produced with Malala. Tells the story of Alice Paul and other suffragists fighting for the right to vote during Woodrow Wilson's presidency. Sorry, but everything Hillary Clinton touches now to me is just shit. Like I don't want any of it. No, thank you. No, thank you. And like the standing ovation for her, I'm like, you know what? Tony's okay. Sometimes you are so liberal, it makes me want to gag. Yeah, so that happened. And then a good moment, though, that happened is Angelina Jolie and her daughter, Vivienne, winning a Tony for The Outsiders. Angelina Jolie, who hasn't made an appearance at an award show in quite some time and who looked unbelievable, truly looked amazing in this sea green velvety gown. Like, look at mother. Look at this queen. And there was such a beauty to her winning her first Tony alongside her daughter, who no longer uses Brad Pitt's last name. This is in addition to Shiloh having legally dropped the name. On Father's Day. On Father's Day, Angelina Jolie and her daughter Vivienne won the Tony for Best Producer for Best Musical for Outsiders. You do kind of love that just yeah. She's halfway to an EGOT, so she has her Oscar and she has her Tony. So now she just needs to read like an audiobook and can get her Grammy that way. She is Emmy nominated. So now she also has to do like some limited series on HBO. I feel like when Angelina Jolie decides to do her first limited series, it's in the bag. It's over. That's it. That's all. All right. Let's cover. What do I want to cover next? Oh my God. Okay, wait. We have to talk about this. We have to cover this, and then we have to cover Katy Perry's song, and then I think we'll cover Justin Timberlake's arrest. I have to pee. This is maybe the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'm not even exaggerating. Okay, so James Charles has a new song called Bring Me Water. It's coming out June 28th. I know you're all excited. I know you've all marked your calendars. And this is the teaser. And I swear to God, I thought this can't possibly be real. Now, it's obviously green screened as hell. But I meant like it can't be real as in this can't possibly exist. This
Bring me a little water now. Bring me a little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while.
I still refuse to believe that this is real. Why is he trying to do like some church gospel? Yeah. What's up with the song Bring Me Water being the title while he's in water? Like, bring him more water? Like, how much more water? How much more water can he have? Like, drown him? Is that what it is? What is this helicopter? What are these flames? I don't understand any of this. I really don't. You know how you watch something sometimes and you're overwhelmed by how fucking insane it is? Like, it's just overwhelming. You're like, I don't understand any of this. I don't understand the helicopter. I don't understand the flames. I don't understand why he's singing Bring Me Water in water. I don't understand why James Charles is trying to do church gospel music. I'm going to make you watch it one more time. I will say I have watched this maybe 10 times. But kind of like how you look at a car accident. Like, you can't tear your eyes away from it. What is this outfit he's wearing? Look at this. It's like it's a collared shirt with a sweater. What in the church vibes?
Bring me a little water now. Bring me a little water, Sylvie.
Who's Sylvie?
Every little once in a while.
Is it a baptismal robe? He's coughing? I'm sorry, the cough at the end. The cough at the end here. Wait. The cough. The cough. The cough. I know, the terrible green screen. Oh my God. Is it giving baptism? I don't freaking know. I don't understand. I don't understand. And it also, the fact that it's James Charles, who is just the worst, the absolute worst, makes this that much worse, you know? Vampsies, thank you for the 3 months. It's iconic. You're just say you're jealous of his vision. You know what? I guess I can't see it because I just don't have a creative mind like this. He's just here as a meme now. Yeah, James is just, remember, good buddies with our other favorite pop star, JoJo Siwa. So maybe they're bouncing ideas off each other. Maybe they're each other's sounding board where it's like, okay, so I have this idea. It's like, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, make sure that you have all these flames around you. Oh, you should also be in water because the song is titled Bring Me Water, and you're singing about like water shit. Jojo Siwa has invented gay pop, and James Charles has invented gospel music. They really are out here making waves. No pun intended. At all.
Bring me a little water now. Bring me a little water, Sylvie. Bring me a little water now.
Gay spell music. Oh my god. Gay spell. Gay spell. Oh, that's good. It is. Have you heard the Katy? We're going to move on to Katy Perry in just a second. This is the section of the stream called "Oh no, honey. Oh no, it ain't working." Why is he on his knees? I don't know. Why is he like further gay spellizing
Bring me a little water now.
this song?
Bring me a little water, Sylvie.
Oh man. You know, guys, just want to say, make that art that you've always wanted to make. Okay? Write that song, make that film, paint that painting, whatever it is, because it will never be worse than this. When you see stuff like this, it should actually inspire you. If you've got a creative soul, if you've just got that artistic beast in you that is dying to come out, do it. Do it. James Charles is putting this fucking shit out there. Who knows what JoJo Siwa's cooking up next? Once she gets her hand out of her vagina. If James Charles can do it, so can you. Yeah, no way you'll be this bad. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying here. No way you'll be this bad. He's getting a sneak. He's getting a sneak peek of where he's going to go once he dies. No one bring him water. This isn't serious, right? He's getting a sneak peek of where he'll go when he dies. Just straight into the flames of hell. Okay. Let's move on to pop star number 2, who's staging her comeback, but unfortunately has not left like circa 2013. So Katy Perry has teased her new song called Woman's World, and I'm sure that like Kamala Harris will play this on the campaign trail as Katy Perry is dressed up in her red, white, and blue and campaigning for Joe Biden. Flocky, thank you for the gifted sub. This is the new fight song, Woman's World. So this will be released on July 11th. Mark your calendars. Followed by the music video on July 12th. And this is her first single off her upcoming album. And here's the teaser that she released. Sexy, confident, so I'm so sorry. Oops. Okay. We're gonna keep going. She is heavy. Yeah. It's not working in 2024. It's not, unfortunately. Hear me out? No. No way. Does she look hot? Yeah, but is this like embarrassing? Yeah. Are these lyrics like the type of lyrics that hit when it was like 2013 or 2015 and Hillary Clinton was running for president? Yeah. But this is it's just like no, not in 24, not in 2024. It's not very good. It's an actual Ava Max reject. Yes, Ava Max rejected this. Katy Perry was like, I'm gonna do this song. Like it is kind of embarrassing. It's giving your stepmom starts posting thirst traps. Yeah, it kind of is showing it's kind of showing how Katy Perry she's not really that girl anymore. Kissing the bicep, lyrics that truly sound Chat GPT manufactured. Like Dr. Luke produced it. Yeah. In 2020, Perry released Smile, a 12-track album on which she stops trying to keep up with the Halseys and happily defaults to the fizzy bombast that is her stadium-sized safety zone. As Rolling Stone wrote in a review of the album, the Queen of Camp spent most of the past 2 years performing a residency. You know what it also feels? This feels like Katy Perry has seen the trend of gays saying like the word mother or serving cunt and is trying to hone in on that in this song and in this video. Like she's trying to manufacture serving cunt, but it feels so forced. Like I bet you in her mind she's like, oh my god, the gays online are going to eat this up. I can already see it. Like Katy Perry is serving Contras. The Contras, like the mothership has landed. The mothership has landed. All aboard. The Insta comments did not eat this up. No, it did not. Because it feels very manufactured. It feels very forced. The Cunting by Katy Perry. By Cunty Perry. The vocals sound really weird too. It sounds really just really over processed. Like it doesn't even sound like her voice. I don't know. I don't look at this. I don't look at this and go, God damn, Katy Perry is so back. I look at this and it just feels like an older pop star who is trying to revitalize her career and is like attempting to make a certain group on the internet fall in love with her again. That she's like, yes, the gays are going to eat this up. Now, like I said, she looks good. Like she got her titties popping. She got her body all oiled up, but this isn't sexy to me. Like there's not a genuine sexiness to this. Woman's World. Oh. I wasn't rooting against her, but not gonna lie, I'm not surprised how her comeback is turning out. Yeah, same. I don't know, man. What are these bionic ass legs? Metallic horse hoof styled boots as she sings, sexy, confident, so intelligent. She is heaven sent, so soft, so strong. Those are bad lyrics. They're just bad. Wonder Gal, thank you for the 10 months. Chicken Nugget, thank you for the Prime. Just dog shit lyrics. Yeah, so I just feel like this ain't it. This ain't it, Katie. And it's giving try hard, and it's giving trying to simultaneously appeal to internet culture in 2024 while being stuck in like 2014. Yeah. She'll never beat Teenage Dream. I mean, Katie has a lot of great songs. Teenage Dream is still one that I'll listen to. Like I got that on a playlist. And it's just, this ain't it. When did Teenage Dream come out? 10 years ago? No, my God. August 2010. Yeah. 14 years ago. Trying too hard to beat JoJo Siwa. No one can beat JoJo Siwa. Let's just be clear about that. But like I said, you know that Kamala Harris, that Hillary Clinton, they're going to be bringing out this song on the campaign trail. As they're getting out there campaigning for Joe. They're going to be playing Sexy, confident, ladies. So intelligent. She is heaven sent. So soft. So strong. Where my women at? Where my women at? You go, girls. Women for Joe. This like wave thing. We did it in 2020 and we're gonna do it again. Girls, get it done. I thought she was MAGA. No, she's a big time lib. Like I want to say that she helped out. She helped out Biden in 2020. Did a fundraiser or something, or was on the campaign trail in some capacity. Sag Cadge, thank you for the 3 months. Oofa. Is there any like good music that's coming out? Anything to look forward to? She posted an Instagram story voting for the Republican mayoral candidate in 2022. Well, maybe she goes both ways. Like she sang in her song, I Kissed a Girl. Kaytranada. Oh, right. Kaytranada is dropping soon. Haven't listened to Normani's new album yet. Oh, yeah. Charlie has new music out. Mm-hmm. Is the Normani album out? I've been waiting actual years for that. I think it is. Or was it just... Let's see. It's Dopamine. How many tracks are on it? 13 tracks. It's one of those things where I feel as if for years people were waiting for new music from Normani, and then it finally was released, and I haven't really seen much. Like, I didn't even realize that it had dropped until today when I saw one tweet about it. But for an artist that had such a huge splash when she released her EP, and people have been waiting forever to get new music, that it's like become a meme at this point. It finally released and there was just nothing. She delayed it too much that the hype had fallen. It kind of feels that way. Sexy, confident, strong, intelligent. Okay. Didn't you watch Sabrina's video with Barry? I did. I don't know if I watched it on stream. I don't know if we'll cover this today, but maybe tomorrow. We're going to talk about how industry plant has just become an accusation that gets thrown around all the time now for like any artist who's popping off. With, of course, the latest being Chapel Rowan being an industry plant. And it's the way that people say it so assuredly. They're like, oh, hilarious that Chapel Rowan is an industry plant and y'all are just eating this shit up. I'm like, do we understand what industry plant means? Industry plant does not mean someone who has suddenly gotten big in my eyes has come out of nowhere. AKA industry plant. It's exhausting. It is truly exhausting discourse. I'm like, please, you guys, industry plant has lost meaning. When you accuse everyone of being an industry plant just because you haven't paid attention to their career for years does not mean that they are actual industry plants. FT Signifier did a good video about it. Okay, I will look up that video and save it to my playlist for when we cover this. All right, Justin Timberlake got arrested in New York. He's got a mugshot. Apparently he was a fucking menace. And we're here for it. We are here for the downfall of Justin Timberlake. Truly, when I see Justin Timberlake in the news for something like he's getting arrested, I go, you know what? I bleed the blue. I'm Blue Lives Matter now. Arrest his ass.
We're continuing to follow breaking news out of New York, where Justin Timberlake is expected to be arraigned today. He was arrested earlier this morning in Sag Harbor. Now, police say that the pop star is accused of driving while intoxicated. The circumstances surrounding the arrest were not immediately released, and there has been no comment from his representatives.
I will say, I do love that the internet now comes together to cheer when things like this happen. Like, the internet seems to collectively hate Justin Timberlake for many reasons, of which I have covered at length on this stream. But it just kind of feels rare that there's a celebrity who has not actually been canceled, who the internet still is like, no, fuck this person. Fuck them for life. They have been a piece of shit for years. So pass the popcorn.
I want to bring in attorney Chris Melcher. He is a celebrity divorce attorney who represented Kanye West with his split with Kim Kardashian, but you've also done some other work outside of divorce work with celebrities. Chris, so we're still waiting to learn some details surrounding Justin Timberlake's DWI arrest. But
wait, what was the Pooh Crave tweet?
How serious could these potential charges be? I was kind of quickly looking at the rules of the laws in New York, and it looks like, there's a kind of a range, a possibility of losing his license.
This guy looks like he's famous for celebrity divorce,
maybe,
for being a celebrity
certainly
divorce
fines,
lawyer.
But jail time's on the table, too.
Well, Anne-Marie, sure. This is a very serious offense, obviously, if he committed it, because he's putting himself and everyone else in danger if he was driving while he was impaired. Now, under New York, they have a lower limit for blood alcohol content. A lot of states, it's 0.08.
Let me pull up the Pooh Crave tweet. Pooh Crave has almost gotten me before. Justin Timberlake allegedly had traces of Molly, poppers, Truvada, and Coke in his bloodstream following his DWI arrest in New York. And so many people were like, poppers? Happy Pride. I did see this, and then I checked who posted this because Pooh Crave has gotten me before. This also just feels very believable. The one thing that I did read was that apparently Justin Timberlake was going around just taking people's drinks. Like, he was so fucked up and was going around to random people and just taking their drinks and drinking them.
Which may be, 2-3 drinks.
That got Mike in the morning.
In New York, you could be charged for.
That's because Mike is old, okay? Didn't get me. Can't catch me.
As low as 0.05. Utah has a similar very low limit. So we don't have the toxicological reports back yet to see if it was drugs and alcohol or combination of those, what the limit was. But it could be, on the very lower end. Maybe it was 2 drinks that he had. We're just not sure yet.
So keeping in mind that we don't know the
leave
circumstances
his
of this particular
ass.
case, what kind of additional factors would be considered in the sentencing phase of a DWI case? That would be the difference between, for example, probational counseling versus something worse.
Well, Vlad, a lot of times in a first-time DUI, there's not going to be any additional jail time. And why I say additional is that these folks are always taken into custody to be booked and processed and tested, and that counts as a day or 2 in jail. So he's already, in effect, served some time because of his custodial arrest.
So they have surveillance video showing him on a deserted street in the early hours of Tuesday, June 18th. And according to the arrest report, he was stopped after police officers saw his BMW drive through a stop sign and failed to keep on the right side of the roadway. The officer said the entertainer's eyes were bloodshot and glassy. A strong odor of an alcoholic beverage was emanating from his breath. He was unable to divide attention. He had slowed speech. He was unsteady of foot, and he performed poorly on all standardized field sobriety tests. He tried to claim he had 1 martini. Oh, that Weasley little liar. He said he had 1 martini and followed his friends home.
Now, if it's a first time for him and we have no indication that he's ever had any similar problems like this, then it would probably just be probation, a suspension of his license, maybe some drug and alcohol counseling, and some fines. We also heard from the reporting that he had ran a stop sign during the incident, but we didn't hear anything about any accidents or any other aggravating circumstances. So most likely, if he did commit this offense and if he was convicted, it would be a lesson hard learned, but I don't anticipate that he would go into custody again on it.
We keep saying DWI, which is what the charge is, but I know in some areas it's DUI, some areas have both. Can you just
let me just pull this up. Just want to show you guys. Just want to show you guys this. This is from back in 2007. This is Justin Timberlake talking to Britney Spears.
Stop drinking. You know who you are. I'm speaking to you. Stop drinking, you're gonna get sloppy. OK is gonna say something bad about you. Stop drinking. You know who you are. I'm speaking to you.
Or maybe you're speaking to your future self. Justin, mayhaps. Man, I truly am here for the continued downfall of Justin Timberlake after everything that piece of shit has done. For it did to like every female artist he came into contact with. Yes. That is why you have so many different camps of people who hate Justin Timberlake. You've got like Janet Jackson fans. You've got Britney Spears fans. It turns out, too, that when he kissed Jessica Simpson, he was 12 years old. He kissed her. It was because of a bet that he had made with Ryan Gosling. Like, this kid's always been a fucker. Women have always been, like, a way for him to elevate his status, to be, like, the cool guy in Hollywood. Britney's fans sending her song Criminal up the charts. Yep. Him, Jessica Biel fans. Remember when Justin Timberlake was photographed holding hands with that mysterious woman? Yeah, we'll pull up the statement with the line about the tour.
Just kind of give us, what's the difference between a DUI and a DWI?
Ms., thank you for the 22 months.
Sure, Anne-Marie. We're talking about these different terminology here. So we're looking at levels of impairment, and each state has a different test, whether it's drugs or alcohol. And sometimes that's toxicological reports where they're actually drawing blood and testing it, or doing a breath test, and they're saying, hey, if your blood alcohol content has a certain amount, a level, then you are guilty. So they may have gone under that. Other states can look at, these field sobriety tests, and from an officer examining somebody's level of impairment based on whether they can do these, kind of roadside agility tests. So most of the prosecutions, though, are done based on scientific results rather than attempting for an officer to say the impairment based on somebody's ability.
I just hate him because he represents pop music. Not according to everyone. Troll star Justin Timberlake has been arrested for driving under the influence in NYC. This has to be intentionally trolling. No pun intended. To refer to Justin Timberlake as troll star, it's so funny. This is comedy.
To stand on the side of a roadway.
And we know part of the arraignment process will include him entering a plea. If you were advising Timberlake as a client, would you advise any public statements at this stage of the investigation?
Well, if I was advising him, I would suggest that he get ahead of this very quickly. This is obviously a serious offense. We all know people who have lost their lives to DUI-related accidents. So, with a non-celeb, we might say, hey, go get the police report, see if we could fight this. With a celeb, really, he's got to get ahead of it. So my advice would be to take responsibility if he did it. Don't fight it, and learn from it, and try to turn this into a message so people can see. It only takes a couple drinks to be impaired.
We keep asking each other, why is Justin Timberlake driving?
Mm-hmm.
I always think if I had all that money, I would not. That's one of the perks is that you don't.
Because it's not about money. It's not about being able to afford having, having a helicopter drop you off. It's about Justin Timberlake being as famous and wealthy and having all the resources he has and having lived this life for so long, not ever thinking about repercussions. Justin Timberlake is someone who never ever thinks about the law, who never thinks about personal responsibility. Of course not. Of course not. He's going to do whatever he wants to do without a thought to, I could get in trouble for this.
You don't have to drive unless you want to, I suppose.
Yeah, consequences are for other people.
Just take an Uber.
Well, Anne-Marie, Emery, that's a great question. It's confounding. And really what happens is if truly he was impaired, then his...
It'll be like, well, why did that rich guy sexually harass... why did Harvey Weinstein sexually harass, these journalists and assistants? Harvey could have had any woman that he wanted because he was Harvey Weinstein. It's like, oh, because it was about power. That's what it was about. It was about Harvey Weinstein going, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Judgment was wrong. It was off that day or night. So this is what fools people, is because, they're under the influence or impaired and they just don't think straight. They obviously could have got a ride share, could have got a friend or security, somebody to pick them up. But this is what fools people into getting behind the wheel.
All right, Chris Melcher, thank you so much for your analysis.
Okay, let's look
Pop
at his
superstar Justin Timberlake, who, while in the midst of a lengthy U.S. tour, was arrested for driving while intoxicated in the Hamptons. This newly released mugshot of the pop superstar shows him after
he looks like a youth pastor who has been found to have been diddling either little girls or little boys or both.
He was pulled over by Sag Harbor police Monday night. Authorities say that he drove through a stop sign and swerved into a lane of oncoming traffic. He was placed under arrest, held overnight. DailyMail.com posting this photograph of Timberlake in handcuffs. He's arriving at court this morning in that picture. He was arraigned and then released. ABC News senior investigator.
Yeah. Just one martini. Only one. Only one.
Morning in that picture. He was arraigned and then released. ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky has the details.
Kana, Justin Timberlake was pulled over in Sag Harbor a little after midnight after police said his BMW 2025 model year blew through a stop sign and swerved into an oncoming lane of traffic. Police said once they pulled Timberlake over, they noticed he was unsteady on his feet, smelled alcohol on his breath. He didn't do well on field sobriety tests. He
I'm bringing
refused, police
DWIs
said, to take
back.
a breathalyzer test, and he was eventually booked on misdemeanor DWI charges. Timberlake was held overnight and appeared briefly in court before a village judge who ordered him released on his own recognizance. He was spotted by photographers leaving village court, and then he is due to appear before the same judge virtually back on July 26th. Then the case will somehow be resolved, we expect, by then. He made no statements, neither did his attorney, Ed Burke, and no additional comment from the police. Kana?
What is the difference between DWI and DUI? DWI is driving while intoxicated, and it only refers to intoxication via alcohol. DUI is driving under the influence and can refer to drugs or alcohol or both being in an individual system. So a DWI is more severe, I believe. Mugshot? Mug. DUI is below legal limit. DWI is over legal limit. Let me look up and see a couple other facts on this. Let's see. Okay. DUI. First of... wait a sec. Wait, is that right? No, DUI is... Which one is worse to be? Apparently in California, DUI is used and means the same thing as DWI. So I think it depends also on the state. Like in Texas, DWI is a more serious Class B misdemeanor charge. DUI charges only apply to minors, defined as those under legal drinking age of 21. It's one of those things that vary by jurisdiction. Some places there's synonyms, and others there are distinctions, like the one you mentioned. Yeah. He got pulled over in New York, correct? Is that where he was, or did I just make that up? They've only said it like 3 times in the news reports that we've seen. Yeah, he was in the Hamptons. Yeah, so New York, DWI. Yeah, so the DWI is worse in New York, I believe. Okay, let's look at this statement. I don't even know. I didn't know how to verify this. Oh, well, it's coming from page 6. So, whatever. I don't really care. This is not one of those things that I need to find extra verification on before I share it. It's just fucking funny. So, according to page 6, when Justin Timberlake was pulled over, the cop who pulled him over was so young that he didn't even know who the 10-time Grammy winner was. He didn't recognize him or his name, one insider says, which I find hilarious. A second source adds, Justin said under his breath, "This is going to ruin the tour." The cop replied, "What tour?" Justin said, "The world tour." Like I said, I don't know if that's actually true, but I'm choosing to believe that it is. And let's not forget what world tour, okay? Trolls World Tour. Just kidding. He's on tour for whatever his last album was called. This is going to ruin the tour. Love that Justin's mind is not like, oh shit, I could have killed somebody or could have killed myself. Just, this is going to ruin the world tour. Whenever you refer to Justin Timberlake from now on, you must refer to him as troll star Justin Timberlake. Look at this brutal way that the New York Times wrote about him. Justin Timberlake is charged with drunken driving in Sag Harbor. Police in the Hamptons community gave few details about the arrest of the singer, who was once among the most prominent stars in American popular music. The singer and actor Justin Timberlake was arrested in Sag Harbor, New York for charges relating to driving while intoxicated. Mr. Timberlake was expected to be arraigned on Tuesday morning. Officials declined to provide further details about the arrest, why Mr. Timberlake was stopped, or what kind of car he was driving, which we don't know. Mr. Timberlake was once among the most prominent male stars in American music, but his most recent solo album, Everything I Thought It Was met with criticism and weaker than usual sales when it was released in March, becoming his first solo release to miss #1 since Justified in 2002. Oh my God. That's the tour he's going on for his recent album, Everything I Thought It Was. The shade, not once, but twice here. Wanting to make sure, this New York Times author wanted to make sure that you knew that Justin Timberlake is no longer the star that he was. Just so you don't forget. It does piss me off, though, how easily celebrities get off when they are driving under the influence. These fucking assholes, man. They truly don't give a shit. Must be why he was drinking. Yes. He was like, damn, I'm really not the American male pop star that I used to be. Yeah, I saw a lot of tweets about how maybe Justin Timberlake needs to be in a conservatorship. Oh, how the turntables. Sir, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle and walk in a straight line. Dude looks like a model for Kohl's. Ugh. This is going to mess up the tour. Man, I'm here for his downfall. I'm here for Scooter Braun's downfall, seeing that Scooter Braun has now retired. Scooter Braun is another guy that the internet has come together and been like, oh, you hate to see it. Oh, no. Oh, no, Scooter Braun is retiring after all that drama a few months ago. Oh, no. Okay. Let's see what we got next. Oh, I wanted to look at this story briefly. So Matt Bomer claims that he missed out on Superman and it went to Henry Cavill because of his sexuality. So Matt Bomer is gay. Crease, thank you for the 8 months. An audition to play the Man of Steel in 2003, but claims that his being gay was weaponized against him. So Bomer didn't come out until 2012, but if this is indeed the case, like I'm sure that insiders knew Matt Bomer was gay. And this wouldn't be the first time that an actor's sexuality has hurt them in getting roles. And there's a reason why there are a number of A-list actors, A-list male actors, who hide the fact that they are closeted still in 2024 with all the progress that we've had. There are, of course, the ones that people are always suspecting, like a John Travolta. But then there are ones that I have heard so many stories, like firsthand account type of stories with very famous male A-listers who indirectly or directly, people I know have had sexual encounters with. But like that kind of stuff is super duper hidden, because male actors, if they don't want to be, if they don't want their careers to be hurt by the fact that they're queer, will just keep it secret. Speaking on the Hollywood Reporters Awards Chatter podcast, Bomer said, "It looked like I was the director's choice for the role. I signed a 3-picture deal at Warner Brothers." Asked if his sexual orientation affected his casting, Bomer said, "Yeah, that's my understanding. There was a time in the industry when something like that could really be weaponized against you. How and why and who outed me, I don't know." Bomer, now 46, came out publicly in 2012 when he thanked his husband and children in an award speech. The Superman job had seemed so certain, he said, that he had been written out of his regular job on the CBS soap opera Guiding Light. "I went in on a cattle call for Superman." I mean, he would have been a great Superman. He just has the look. He's very talented. Again, it's hard to know for sure if that's what happened. These are his feelings on the matter, where he believes that that somebody outed him, and so then his sexuality was weaponized against him because they were like, we can't risk, even though he was still closeted at the time, it's like, we can't risk it leaking that the lead act, you know, the actor playing Superman is supposed to be, I mean, he's fucking Superman. That actor is gay. Like, I can believe that. I can totally see that happening because this is what has happened in Hollywood and is why people still stay closeted. The Guiding Light producer said, hey, you're going to be the killer. We're writing you off the show. Go with my blessing. I basically got fired, but in a generous way. Yeah, that sucks. Flyby was meant to be directed by J.J. Abrams. Instead, the project was axed in favor of Bryan Singer's Superman Returns, which was released in 2006 and starred Brandon Routh. Other near misses at the Red Underpants include Nicolas Cage. Really? That guy in the back there? Nicolas Cage, who was supposed to star in Tim Burton's Superman Lives, and Jacob Elordi, who told GQ that he turned down reading for the role. Well, they asked me to read for Superman, and I immediately said, no, thank you. That's too much. That's too dark for me. This is the guy who did Euphoria. I feel like that's a very polite way of saying I am too early in my career to be caught up in a character that might trap me. No, this was Jacob Elordi saying this in 2023 when they were doing the recent casting, because they're rebooting DC. They're rebooting Superman. They're rebooting all that shit. And they cast, what's his name? David Cornsweet. This guy. Yeah. I think he'll be great. He's got the Clark Kent look as well. But I'm assuming that's what Jacob Elordi had auditioned, or they wanted him to read for. Hello, I'm Superman. Balding Nicolas Cage as Superman. Let's go. Lois Lane. '90s Superman with the mullet. This fucking music. Can I be honest? I think Nicolas Cage is he's like too interesting to play Superman. If that makes any sense. Superman to me has just always been, he's just kind of like normie coded boring. I'm just trying to picture Nicolas Cage playing a character who is not like the characters that Nicolas Cage usually plays. She's usually described as a Boy Scout. Yeah, like he's Superman. He is essentially perfect minus the kryptonite. Like, yeah, he's got his trauma, but he's not like a Bruce Wayne. Like, to me, Nicolas Cage is better as a Bruce Wayne. Superman is, he's like a goody two-shoes. I don't know. Look, you guys know comic book stuff, cape things, cape shit, never really been my thing. I have always found Superman kind of boring. This just goes on for 5 minutes. I guess when Superman goes evil, that kind of makes it spicy. But it's just the act of him, like, being evil. Dun da da dun da 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 dun da dun. Ba 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 ba. Oh, Matt Bomer. Well, he didn't get Superman, but he ended up getting White Collar. And then he ended up being in seasons of American Horror Story. We should cast Nicolas Cage now as Superman. You feel me? Let's really change it up. Let's make things really interesting. Okay, I want to talk about this AI controversy, this film controversy. And then I think we might get to movie night after. That sounds good. Let me grab some water. Okay, so this story involving AI is one of the more depressing ones. So I don't know if anyone has seen the film The Nanny. I think it might be on Amazon Prime. Not Fran Drescher, The Nanny. I think, it's just called Nanny. Schwoops.
I miss you. Love you, Mommy. Say bye-bye. Bye, Mommy.
Honey, Aisha's here.
Aisha.
I don't want you to feel overwhelmed.
Okay.
Here's any number you need, including her therapist. Thank you.
Let's go.
Jobs don't fall from the sky. Just work hard to keep it.
Where you from?
Starts with finesse.
South Africa. Okay. Senegal. Oh, we got a winner.
I haven't seen my son in almost a year.
Your son?
Yes, I need to bring him here. Very soon, Lamin.
Oh, it's very soon.
The spirits are trying to warn you. Do not ignore the signs. You have paid me what I am owed.
You think Cash is just laying around?
I am a mother too.
I thought so.
I miss my country. Every day. You gonna be okay? I wish I knew what's happening to me.
All right. So this film came out in 2022. It is by the director, writer Nick Yatu Jusu, who won Sundance. She won, I can't remember which award at Sundance, but like this was her feature debut. She had gotten her MFA from Tisch, obviously a bright new talent on the scene. This film also ended up in the Criterion Collection. So this is a new filmmaker, but one who had already been making pretty big waves in the independent film scene. So the recent drama is that this director, Nick Yatu, made a film for Tribeca Film Festival using Sora AI. And she posted this: Sora is wild, y'all. Still from my short film called Spirit using Sora. Crucify me now. Get it out of your system. Like, she's acknowledging in this tweet. She has since deleted her Twitter because she really just kind of revealed her hypocrisy and just what a bad move this was. But anyway, when she posts about the film, so these are AI generated black actresses in an AI generated film. And it was weird because she had posted it knowing that people were going to come for her, which is why she said, crucify me now, get it out of your system. It was already aggressive off the bat. Okay. Jambly, thank you for the tier 1. So this guy, Chris Cassingham, tweeted and said, this is so depressing. And obviously what he's referring to is that this filmmaker who had a hell of a debut film, who was making waves, has been making waves in the indie film scene, chose to make a short film using Sora AI for Tribeca Film Festival. And she responded and said, I know, Chris, so many black faces, which is just like being intentionally obtuse here. Like, obviously, that's not what this is about, okay? So please don't turn this into racism as a way to divert from the problem here, which is that you are selling out. You are taking opportunities from black actresses and you are plagiarizing the work of black creatives to make this film for Tribeca. Why? Additionally, then, after this initial like kerfuffle, people pulled up her tweets from last year, literally last year, where she wrote, can't stop thinking about the various ways that AI will be used to replace living, breathing, minoritized artists already struggling to tell their own stories. AI will become mock representation. This is last May, you guys. AI will become mock representation, an empty mimicry of black and brown people's light, commodified and vomited back to us. I hope I'm wrong, but we're already overwhelmingly not in these rooms. The privilege of speaking for yourself, speaking authentically on behalf of the very community you belong to, will continue to be even more of that in this technological AI landscape, a privilege. And to be clear, struggling to tell their own stories is a euphemistic way of saying being denied access and resources to tell their own stories. AI evolution will simply widen this already existing schism. Okay. How do we go from this a year ago to this? And we're talking about a filmmaker who won Sundance, whose film is in the Criterion Collection, and who has proven herself to be to be a writer and director of talent, to be an exciting new voice. And yet, so early in her career, does this. She also had, people were pulling up retweets and old tweets of hers. There was one where somebody had said, stop saying that AI in, the use of AI in film and television is inevitable. Like, it's not inevitable if we choose to not give ourselves over to AI. So like this kind of bullshit line that's being repeated, and which we'll get to the next series of tweets of hers where she is showing that mindset. This is the line that's being used by people who are trying to get their bag before things go to hell. It's like they are going, this ship is going down. So I'm going to try to get my bag. I'm going to try to do what's best for me instead of fighting for the rights of artists, instead of fighting for the art form of film. And so it's only inevitable if you have decided that you will not fight for your art and for other people's art. Okay. So then a couple people were commenting on her post about how awesome Sora is and look at her AI film. Not an attempt to crucify. What made the plagiarism tool attractive as a filmmaker? She responded, ask the people who created it and studio execs who are currently implementing it. Odd to ask the creatives at the bottom adapting to inevitable change. Oh, there's that word inevitable, even though a year ago she was tweeting and retweeting the exact opposite mindset when it comes to AI. This is here whether you kick and scream or not. Okay, so she's trying to shake responsibility from herself by saying, why are you getting mad at me, the creative, and not mad at the studio execs? Which is interesting, though. It's because she's acknowledging that, like, this is still wrong. But she's not acknowledging that actually she does have responsibility here in using this technology, which is stealing from other artists, which is creating these black actresses, these black faces based off of real existing black faces, and how this is taking away opportunities from black actresses. Like, these are not real people. This is generated. This is generated from real people, but these are not real actresses. So she says that. And then someone said, pretending this is inevitable is silly. Remember when everyone said the same about NFTs? She responds, remember when everyone said interracial pairings were akin to bestiality? Remember when people were afraid of computers? Remember the 3/5 clause? Oh my God, what are we doing here? What are we doing? We have lost the plot. And then this response, which is great. Just to be clear, you're saying that opposing NFTs and opposing AI software built off plagiarism is akin to being a 19th century white supremacist, and that by using these tools for your own commercial gain, you are a civil rights pioneer. Oh boy. Oh boy. This filmmaker's responses to very legitimate criticism is so disappointing. But it's very clear what's going on here. Like, that is the gist of it. You can't use a history of racism against black people, of oppression against black people, to justify your using this technology that is stealing from black creatives who, have fought so hard to have a seat at the table, have fought so hard to get their art made and shown to the world. And by using that technology, you're further taking opportunities from black creatives. And I just don't understand why you couldn't have just made this fucking short film. I don't get it. I have some theories, but at the end of the day, like, this is a talented filmmaker. She has already demonstrated that she knows how to make films. Why could you not have just made a film with real people? Well, one theory, what Tribeca has done is they gave resources, they gave AI resources to a select group of individual filmmakers who are from marginalized communities. So to me, this feels also shady on behalf of Tribeca, where it's like, look, we want to soften the blow of AI, so we're going to hide behind diversity. We're going to have filmmakers from historically marginalized communities using this technology to be like, see, it's not bad, guys. It's actually awesome. The other thing is that this director was given this opportunity and has quickly decided, in what is not a very long career thus far, like she really is still starting out, but has decided, much like when we've seen other actors and creatives in the biz who have signed on to these AI companies, that they're not going to try to fight for this art form. They're not going to try to fight to save people's livelihoods in this industry. They want to be the first ones on the boat. They want to be the ones to benefit before a lot of people get crushed. That's a very selfish mindset, but that's what like I've concluded from seeing people like Natasha Lyonne and Ashton Kutcher and all of these people in the industry, especially Natasha Lyonne, who previously spoke out against AI. It's like, how do we change our tune so quickly? Maybe because you realize that you'd rather just get yours. Like a guarantee. So this response was just wild. Like, I can't believe this very talented person just made so many poor decisions like this. And then she wrote, "Go ahead and unfollow me if you're going to crucify artists at the bottom of the hierarchy who are adapting to change that is bigger than us all. I'm not in the habit of rolling in the mud with strangers online. Block fingers heavy." So she's basically making herself a victim in this situation, that she has no responsibility for wielding this technology, no responsibility for being part of the problem, because she's at the bottom of the hierarchy. She's just a creative who's trying to survive in this industry. Zero ethical standards. Correct. Y'all don't cut my checks or live my life. You have no idea what these battles look like navigating the current Hollywood machine. And I have no business explaining myself to strangers who love to keyboard thug. This also is just not true. Like, people responded to her tweets who understand what the Hollywood machine looks like. In fact, the ones who feel so personally about this, the ones who are coming, like the ones who have been, like this is their fight, is because they are affected by this. Because they are seeing what's happening in their industry and how more and more people like this are so quickly selling out rather than fighting for this industry and fighting for the art of making film. Atlas, thank you for the 10 months. Tribeca is rooted in the foundational belief that storytelling inspires change. Humans need stories to thrive and make sense of our wonderful and broken world, the co-founder and CEO of Tribeca Enterprises, Jane Rosenthal, said in a statement to press. Sometimes these stories come to us as a feature film, an immersive experience, a piece of art, or even an AI-generated short film. I can't wait to see what this group of fiercely creative Tribeca alumni come up with. LMFAO. It's like, okay, so you're taking opportunities from people who could have been in that film if you had an AI generated. You are stealing from the work of creatives. That is how Sora is producing this film. And then you are also taking spots from filmmakers who are not using AI. Filmmakers who are from the ground up making a fucking movie using human labor and human creativity. It's just incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating. Sora Shorts, a new program featuring 5 original short films, all made using OpenAI's text-to-video AI model Sora. It's not the first time AI films have made their way to a major film festival, but it's the first time movies made with Sora have. This just feels like it's an advertisement for Sora, if I'm being real. That's what this feels like. It feels like Sora is funding this. And that's why they're like, isn't it amazing? Look at Sora. Ooh, Sora's so cool. We're going to do a special segment just for Sora. It's great to see how these filmmakers are extending their creativity with Sora. Why don't you give them money to just make fucking movies? What about that? And we are honored for their works to debut at the Tribeca Film Festival. COO of OpenAI, Brad Lightcap, said, we're excited for their short films and eager to learn how we can make Sora a better tool for all creatives. Sora and OpenAI have been especially polarizing in recent days, when Sora's ability to generate hyper-realistic images leaps and bounds beyond what other text-based models have been able to create was first demonstrated. Tyler Perry said he would be putting an $800 million studio expansion project on hold, fearing the number of jobs that would be lost to the technology. The OpenAI company has also come under fire recently from Scarlett Johansson, who alleged that CEO Sam Altman approached her about using her voice for the latest ChatGPT model, only to decline and see the company created a voice that sounds eerily similar to her. Eerily like her. Yeah, we covered that story. This is just This is just so disappointing, and the 180 from what she had posted last year to what she's doing now is very apparent. it's incredibly apparent. And like I said, how she comes out the gate so aggressive here, being like, crucify me now, get it out of your system. Like, she knows that people will not be receptive to this, that they will be like, what the fuck? And will only see her as having sold out, as having turned her back on artists in the span of a year, of how like quickly her beliefs and what she wants to fight for as an artist will change when somebody just gives her money. Like, to see people change their minds like that because, oh, well, I'm going to make sure I get mine. And so actually, I don't believe this anymore because I don't care about the collective. I only care about me. Also, Sora can't stay consistent between shots, and when asked about adjusting generated clips, OpenAI has said they're working on it, meaning they don't have any idea how to implement it because of the black box nature of generative AI. Yeah, I don't know. This line here is... this is just... Everything about this sucks. So many black faces. Those are fake. Those are not real black faces. Those are faces that have stolen from real black faces. I don't know, man. I will say I didn't see a single person who was involved in this conversation backing her up. I think the hypocrisy is so clear here. I think the individualism, the selfish individualism is very transparent. Yeah, she made great points against AI. Oh, wait, they lobotomized her. But you can see how she felt this way, but then went, I don't want to get crushed. So I think that she still feels this way, but has taken a different tune because of that individualism. Sort of the multipolar trap. If it wasn't her, it would be someone else. Might as well get paid. Right. If it's not her getting that opportunity to have a film in Tribeca to get resources, then it's going to be someone else. And that's what we're seeing here. Yeah, fuck you, I got mine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why she says, you don't cut my checks. You don't know what these battles look like. So she's acknowledging here still that AI is being used in a way that is crushing artists. Like, it's not a good thing. Her underlying reasoning here is not positive. Yeah. Such a bummer. Truly such a bummer. Such a disappointment. Like, look at so Nanny was her feature film, but she has a number of short films, all using black actresses, all revolving around, her work centers around black female characters, and specifically black immigrant characters. And it's like, bruh, you have such an important voice. You are an important filmmaker telling these untold stories using actresses who typically don't get opportunities. And then you just fucking You just flipped. XO Danny, thank you for the 2 months. Oh boy, this just gets so this is so worrisome when I see stuff like this. Because the more people who do this, the more people who take this mentality of it's inevitable, so gotta get mine before we're fucked. It creates a domino effect. And it's like, look, I don't know. Maybe I'm just at a point in my career where, because I'm not so heavily focused in the entertainment industry, because I'm not actively writing and working on stuff. Maybe it's different for me, but I would rather fight, man, than go, oh, nothing I can do. Gotta get in there. Gotta get in there before everyone else does.
This video is sponsored by...
Is AI a bubble? This looks interesting. I'm going to save this, though, because we got to get to... I want to get to movie night. But I will save this to my stream vid playlist. You can't stop this tech? Well, you certainly can't when you just immediately take the stance that you can't stop it. Which, okay, if you don't even... If we just give up, we don't even try, then yeah, we can't stop something. We'll just let it bulldoze us. Just, take people's livelihoods. But that's like such a defeatist attitude. It's like, oh yeah, we'll allow this because there's nothing we can do about it before we've done it. Like, not even trying to push back on this. And it's like, how many examples do we need to show us how people who are wielding this tech are not doing so responsibly and are not doing so with any care in mind? It really is just this rugged ass individualism attitude. Gotta make sure I get mine. Okie dokie. Okay. Let me pull up our movie rules. God, I keep waiting to stop sweating. It is very character driven, and it's about the two of them, but rather than being Marty's story this time, it's focused a lot on Doc, and it shows how Marty isn't just trying to help other people, but finally learns how to help himself by growing, by learning, you know? So I think it does wrap it up pretty nicely. I think that there are big emotional stakes, the fact that it focuses on the relationship between these two, and you know, we just see them, we see their character arcs complete. I love all three. They have their unique positives. One is the most focused, two plays with time travel the most. 3 has the unique setting and the most Doc and Marty. Yeah, and look, if you don't like a Western setting and you wanted there to be more of a focus on the time travel component, then yeah, you're probably not going to love 3. I think when 3 came out, there were a couple things that hurt it. 1, the fact that it was a Western. 2, that it featured a love, like a, you know, the B plot is a romance between Doc and Clara, but they're older. And so that was not appealing to a teenage audience, even though it's a really sweet relationship. And it's actually like pretty rare that we would focus, like that the romantic relationship in a film like this would be with 2 characters who are older. And the fact, too, that when I think back on Christopher Lloyd's career, it's so rare that he actually gets to play a romantic lead. So it's nice to see. Like, it's fun. Yeah. Also, that they have to get used to a time without the tech they've come to take for granted. Yeah, I think if this were not so family friendly, I think that if this were for an older audience, they would lean more heavily into when Doc says, "I wish I had never built that time machine." Like, I think it's the dangers or the evils of just because we can doesn't mean that, or just because we could doesn't mean that we should. Like, him really seriously thinking about the repercussions of this technology that he created, and he touches on it, and it's pretty interesting. But because ultimately Back to the Future is family friendly, and it is it is a film that ends on a positive note, they don't go too deeply into that. But I liked that they touched on it. So he basically learns the same lessons as Oppenheimer. Yeah, which is there's a moment there where I think maybe I should have done this, but then we move on. And I actually think what's nice about Doc and Clara is that in the previous 2 films, Jennifer and Marty are pretty superficial. Like, we don't really get much with Jennifer. We don't explore their relationship at all. So it's really nice that relationship gets to be explored. You know, Clara gets to be a character. Poor Jennifer. Jennifer's just kind of along for the ride a couple times, literally along for the ride. But anyway, this film can stand alone. I do think it's always worth watching the whole trilogy just to see how each film has its own uniqueness, but how they work really wonderfully together. And honestly, as far as like the final film goes, it's pretty good. Like, I would expect by now, like if I were watching a trilogy nowadays, oh, it's the 3rd film in a franchise, it's gonna suck. Like, that's just the expectation. So this one, it has heart to it. It goes back to its basics. Like, it's a simple plot, but it really focuses on Marty and Doc, and really focuses on bringing their character arcs to completion, and also showing us something that we didn't get in the previous two films. I kind of want to do a poll and see what everyone's favorite one is. One, two, or three. I'm just going to do a quick poll. I like that Doc spends two and a half movies talking about the importance of not changing the past, then breaks his rule because it's his chance to be happy. Yeah, and I like the message of you control your fate. Marty changed his future, not because he went in the time machine and fiddled with it, but because he himself learned, he grew, he realized that he didn't need to be the guy who gets whose temper and pride gets the best of him. And so he made that decision not to drag race, and then didn't get in the car accident. And it's a perfect example of how you don't need a time machine to affect your future. Like, you are in control of it right now. You get to make choices. And also, like, we make choices and we live with those choices. It's not something that we can just go around changing at will. Which is your fave, number two? I think number two is my favorite as well. Let's see how the other ones did. Number one, so it went 2, 1, 3. Number two is my fave, but I will now hold Back to the Future number 3 in higher regard than I think I did before. Because I haven't seen it in a long time, and I've only seen it once. And I had a good time. I thought it was sweet. I thought it was well made. And I just miss practical effects so much, and each Back to the Future film is such a delight because of the use of practical effects. And so any film from the time that we still use practical effects and not everything was CGI'd is always going to be higher in my book. What is happening with my mic? No. Okay. Well, you guys, look, I'm pretty tired. I did not sleep last night. So I think I'm going to go chillax and get some rest. Side note, just want to put on your radar. I saw the TV Glow now is on VOD, and it's actually, I've seen a lot of people talking about that film, just raving about it. Absolutely raving. I will definitely watch it. Anyway, anywho, you guys, thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. I hope you had a fun evening. I'm back. I'm back in Chi-Town. No, I'm not. I'm back in Los Angeles. Where am I? Did I travel in my DeLorean? Am I back to the future? What year is it, Marty? Great Scott. Great Scott. All right. I'm going to send you guys... I'm going to send You guys, over to Mr. Wake Wilder. I'll see you tomorrow. See ya for another stream. Hopefully my air conditioning will be actually working, so I don't have to continue to just reside in a body that is overheating. Great, Scott. Thank you for the stream despite being tired. Look, I always like the first stream back when I'm here. I'm at my PC and I am tired but feel refreshed from having had a change of setting, which is always good. So, anyway, I'll see you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Good night.